The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Graceland Buckmaster, you are needed in the holding arena. Graceland Buckmaster.
If you place 1st through 7th in a light cross class, you need to be in the holding pen lined up. We will line up 15 in the light cross division. So if you place 1st through 7th, you need to be lined up in the holding pen before the drive.
Nice pair of gilts here in the upper end of this class. And, you know, I think we've got a very unique pair. The young lady's blue gilt is, I just say, has come to play ball. She's incredibly ready, incredibly well presented, and her proportions are almost ideal. When you get off to the side of this one, her skull is awesome. The spread that she's got out of her shoulder blade into her top line are also very good. Big arm gilt, big chested gilt. The big advantage is she's got over the gilt that comes in second is just the turn to her rib cage. The spread she's got there to her body. The angulation to her shoulder is much better. She sets back into her body just a little better. You know, her hip, you can lengthen it just a little bit. Probably the biggest thing to me is, you know, from the side, the gilt gives you a read that she's incredibly heavy structured. I think she is in her arm. Watch her go directly away. I'd like to intensify her bone there just a little bit. That's a high quality one to win this class. The young man that's got the one that comes in second is one that's awfully neat. Great big rear leg. And watch her go away. She sets it down very, very appropriately and up front. The gilt is square in her chest. You know, I've got to broaden her everywhere. When you talk about just the turn to her forerib, the expansion of her center rib, and yet at the same time, you watch her go from the side. I've got to lay her shoulder back in her and make her more comfortable up front. I thought that was a high-quality pair of gilts out here to go first and second. The gilt that comes in three, I thought just a basic, good kind of a gilt. Big in her body, big in her rib cage, not overwhelming in terms of balance and look up front, and that's certainly where I'd like to change her. You get behind her and you could square her and broaden her up as she goes to the surface, but that's one that I think has got value in terms of just being a good functional kind of a gilt that presents lots of quality up top. I just didn't see her as balanced and as striking from the side as what we had out here in 1 and 2. The Gilt that comes out next, I thought just worked her way up. Another one that young lady's done an impeccable job of getting her ready. I like her proportions from the side as well. To me, of our upper end, she concerned me the most when you talked about her length of hip, talked about just being broad enough when you watch her go directly away. I don't think she is, and I would like to extend her hip and make everything cleaner when you go to the ground and talk about her from behind, but certainly another high-quality one to be in 4. The young lady's Gilt here that comes out in 5, a bigger scale, longer bodied one. Didn't see her having enough feature in her head, in her arm, and just the base of her foot there. She gets a little uncoordinated when she works out of her hip and hind leg, wants to get a little outside of herself when she goes directly away. She too could use just a notch more punch in her forerib and there in her center body, but a high quality one to round out our top 5.
Results of Class 5 Light Cross. First place was shown by Laney Allen of Canute FFA, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place was shown by Dax Inman of Mulhall Orlando 4-H, bred by Wilbur Genetics. Third place was Kasten McCannon of Elk City FFA, bred by Bettle Livestock. Fourth place went to Peyton Kineholtz of Tonkawa FFA, bred by Goss Livestock. Fifth place was shown by Kelly Bradshaw of Piedmont 4-H, bred by Wilbur Genetics. Sixth place went to Piper Worcester of Mill Creek 4-H. Seventh place went to Presley Bennett of Yukon FFA. Eighth place was shown by Brooklyn Lanier of Mill Creek FFA. Ninth place was shown by Mila Caruth of Merritt, and 10th place was shown by Jessie Mae Peacock from Tecumseh 4-H. We're now showing our 6th and final class of light cross gilts. If you were 1st through 7th in classes 1 through 5, you need to be in the holding pen ready for the breed lineup. We will be lining up 15 in the light cross division, so if you were 1st through 7th in classes 1 through 5, you need to be in the holding pen at this time. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Please give these kids a big round of applause. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of this class, we will roll right into our light cross division lineup, and we will be lining up 15. So if you were 1st through 7th, you need to be in the holding pen. We will be giving out 15 scholarships. So if you are not up here, you take yourself out of the running for that. So please, if you are 1st through 7th, come to the holding pen for the lineup at this time.
last class of light crosses here, and some give and take, and maybe not just the depth that we've had in the past, but I still think young lady's got a quality class winner out here. Stout-headed, big-chested, big-armed, big rib cage, and very well presented. Got lots of shape and turn up high. Like to reconstruct her behind and bring her hock a little more within her, but at the same time, I think the highest quality one that we've got out here. Congratulations to her. The second place one, I thought comparatively on down the line, is one that just utilized her skeleton the next best. I thought she was still had a good amount of chest in her, and a gilt that from the side still functions and goes relatively well. Obviously, she looks a little more mature there in her head, and I think we can kind of see those transition points in her top line just a little bit. But I thought in terms of flexibility, range of motion, and a gilt that has some quality, I thought she went ahead and fit in there. The gilts that come out in the next few slots in 3 and 4, I thought the gilt in 3 is a stout-headed one. She's got some rib cage and some volume to her there, and I thought that was their advantages on down the line. But we've got a couple here, specifically that one, that needs to be longer hipped and utilize her hip and hind leg more effectively. The gilt coming out next, just a little frail. Like to see her stouter headed. She gets a little more upright, and her shoulder doesn't flex quite as well as she goes there out of her hip and hind leg. And then the one we've got rounding out our class here in 5th, just a bigger, longer body kind of a gilt that, once again, I need to reshape the way she's designed there in her hock. Not as spread open down low. Need to lay her back in all the angles of her skeleton to make her more competitive. Nice class of light crosses here in our last class.
Results out of our final class of light crosses. First place was shown by Adriana Rodriguez from Marietta FFA, bred by TKO Genetics. Second place was shown by L. Alfinger of Marlow FFA, bred by McGuire Livestock. Third place was shown by Riker Higgins of Pawnee FFA, bred by Dieter Ding Genetics. Fourth place was shown by Jaden Williams of Hobart 4-H, bred by Navajo Mountain Show Pigs. Fifth place was shown by Dylan Edison of Cordell FFA, bred by Winter Livestock. Sixth place was shown by Emery Milnick of Prague 4-H. Seventh place went to Weston Raper from Tecumseh 4-H. Eighth place was shown by Mackenzie Nance of Marshall County 4-H. And ninth place was shown by Graceland Buckmaster of Elk City. We're now rolling into our light cross division lineup. Your winner out of Class 1 was Piper Wilson from Weatherford, bred by Goss Livestock. Your winner out of Class 2 was Mowdy Elmore from Thackerville, bred by Schubert Show Pigs. Your winner out of Class 3 was Clifford Frankie. Your Class 4 winner is J.D. Garrett. Your Class 5 winner is Lainey Allen. And your Class 6 winner is Adriana Rodriguez. We need third place from Class 4 and 6 to the holding pen immediately.
Well, I think a nice set of gilts out here all the way through, and we've got, I thought, a class winner in each class that really represented loss to quality, and you know, I think all the way down to 15 or so, we should have a nice set of these light crosses to line up. You know, bits and pieces out here, and you know, you could sit there and break them down. I'm not going to lean towards negativity out here, because I think the positives that they have are certainly very, very, very high. But yet, you know, Weston and I have talked about a couple of them, and I think there's pieces within each of them that are certainly gravitating. But at the same time, you know, there's one that I think is just has that, but yet her presence from the side is so striking. And the thing I like the most about her are just her proportions, her skull, how well she's presented with her spread up high, the turn to her rib cage, but yet being a good proportion hog still, I think, uses her hind leg correctly when she gets out and go. Young lady over there with the blue gilt will have your champion.
Congratulations, your champion light cross comes out of Class 5. That's Lainey Allen from Canute, bred by Goss Livestock. We'll bring in Dax Inman, second place out of Class 5.
Another one that comes out that we like quite a bit, and that class was awfully good. Talked to her in class on a couple of places we'd like to change her. There's another gilt in here that Weston and I both like, and you know, I don't know if her presence and elevation and just, you know, sharpness up front was quite as unique as what our champion was. But at the same time, if you could make white ones, specifically white ones, look like this, you're going to have a lot of fun all spring. Young lady over there with the solid white one will be reserved.
And your reserve champion light cross comes out of Class 2. That's Mouty Elmore from Thackerville, raised by Schubert Show Pigs. We'll bring in second place out of Class 2, Allison Cooley. Your third overall also comes out of Class 5. That's Dax Inman from Mulhall, Orlando, raised by Wilbur Genetics. We'll bring in Kasten McCannon. Third place out of Class 5. Your fourth overall comes out of Class 1. That's Piper Wilson of Weatherford, raised by Goss Livestock. Bring in Hazel McGuire. And your 5th overall comes out of Class 2. That's Allison Cooley from Pond Creek Hunter 4-H, raised by Goss Livestock. Your 6th overall comes out of Class 2. That's Annie Dameron from Sayre. We'll bring in 4th place out of Class 2, J.D. Davis. Your 7th overall comes out of Class number 4. That's J.D. Garrett from Chattanooga. We'll bring in 2nd place, Kendall Beller. Your 8th overall comes out of Class 2. That's J.D. Davis. We'll bring in Dason Delosier. 5th place, Class 2. Ninth overall comes out of Class number 4. That's Kendall Beller from Coweta. We'll bring in 3rd place, Bella Gilcrease. Tenth place comes out of Class 6. That's Adriana Rodriguez. Your 11th overall was shown by Clifford Frankie. Your 12th overall was shown by Kaysen McCannon. 13th overall was Peyton Keinholtz. Fourteenth comes out of Class 1. That's Hazel McGuire from Ringling. And your 15th overall was shown by Bella Gilcrease from Turner. Congratulations to all of our light cross exhibitors. Let's give them one more big round of applause. Class 1 dart cross, you need to be lined up in the holding pen. This is your first call for Class 2. Class 1 dart cross. You need to be making your way to the holding pin at this time. Class 1 dart cross. Class 1 dart cross is going in the ring now. If you are in Class 2, you need to be lined up in the holding pins at this time. This will be your first call for Class 3. Hannah Butler, Layla Glass, and Sterling Squires. You need to be lined up in the holding pin for Class 1. Class 1 is going into the ring now. This is your second call for Class 2 dart cross. You need to be making your way to the holding pins. Second call, Class 2 dart cross. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. We're proud to award scholarships and premiums to our exhibitors this week. For our Dart Cross division, the champion reserve division will receive $750. Third through fifth in the division will receive $500. And 6th through 20th in the Dart Cross division will receive a $250 payout.
good way to start our darks here. And the young man here with the calico has got our class winner and one that's just fundamentally good. I like her build and her softness of body. A gilt that's got a big rear leg, but yet a stout head and a very flexible arm. And I love the way that everything sets up front. Just a gilt that's just comfortable, square-toed, just a good-made kind of a pig to win this class. The one that comes in second certainly has got some outlying pieces, and you can make the case. You get up on top of her, there's a world of spread out of her shoulder and into her top line. The gilt's got a big hind leg. I read her a bit more piecey from the side. I don't read her head quite as stout. I didn't think her transition point from her shoulder, from her neck into the top side of her shoulder was quite as good, and gets just a little rounder right there in her hip. But that's a good pair of pigs there to go first and second. The gilt that comes out in three is very intriguing, and the thing I appreciate about her as much as anything is her lateness and maturity. A gilt that's incredibly attractive up front in terms of her presence, her head, and the way that everything ties together. She's a big-chested gilt that's got a good spread up high as well. The gilt from the side wants to deviate there in her loin, get down in her top line just a little bit. I didn't read as much substance at her foot on either end of her skeleton, and I think that matches what we see in her head and her jaw. I'd like to stouten her jaw and stouten her feet just a little bit, but that's a very high-quality one to go there in that spot. The one that comes out next, a shapely kind of a gilt. It's very muscular as well. Gets a little forward in her shoulder, gets a little short and quick about her hip, wants to rotate and get her hock on the outside of her body as she continues to go. But that's a shapely, well-presented gilt that's certainly very nice to fit there in the 4 spot. I like a lot of things about this gilt in 5th, and I think the breeders around side can I hope see the value in this one. You may not as ready today in terms of her flesh and her fill, but that's a stout-headed, big-armed, big-chested one that's got a big rear leg. Her silhouette and her length of hip are all things that I could certainly appreciate about this one. Just not ready to go today in terms of punch, in the way that she's got in her body and her center cage. But the gilt's got a good hip and a good hind leg, a heavy-duty one with big feet. I think that one's got a lot of potential down the road. A nice gilt to round out our top 5. Weston's talk to 6 through 10. Nice class of darks.
Results out of Class 1 Dark Cross. First place was shown by Sterling Squires of Kingfisher County 4-H, bred by Squires Genetics. Second place was shown by Daisy Prince of Shakota FFA, bred by Daisy Prince Show Pigs. Third place went to Haley McGuire from Ringling 4-H, bred by Heron Genetics. Fourth place was shown by Maverick Pickett of Coweta FFA, bred by Miller Time Genetics. Fifth place was shown by Emiliona Morrison from Cleveland County 4-H, bred by JD Show Pigs. Sixth place went to Finley Wilson of McLeod FFA. Seventh place went to Clara Morrissey of Elk City FFA. And eighth place was shown by Remy Wilson of Weatherford. We're now showing Class 2 Dark Cross. If you're in Class 3, you're going to be making your way to the holding pins. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give these kids a round of applause. At the end of the Division II Dart Cross lineup, we need the exhibitors of the Grand and Reserve Purebred Gilts and Division Champions and Reserve of the Commercial Gilts to be lined up on the south end of the Breeders' Lounge. We will also need the breeders of those same animals to line up in the outgate on the north end of the show ring for our Gilt Grand Drive presentation. So we need all of our breed and reserve breed champions to be lined up at the conclusion of the Division II Dart Cross Drive. Gentry Terrell and Sterling Squires, you need to be lined up in the holding pins for Class 3 Dark Cross. Gentry Terrell and Sterling Squires, you need to be lined up in the holding pins at this time.
This is a really good class here, and I think we've got tremendous quality. Pair of calico gilts come up to the top, and the one in the middle, that one hit me really good when she came in. But I tell you, her continuation is what makes her even better. She stays so comfortable, and what she's got going for her is what the other two have. But she combines those things. She's broad-chested, she's good-footed, and that gilt is good-footed and square going away. But yet her design and build from the side is flawless. I love her head. I love the way it comes into the top side of her shoulder, and that's a heavy bone one that's big pin and good muscle from behind. That's a very nice place to start. The other calico that comes in second is Broad. When she comes at you, that gilt's got a lot in her chest, a really big shoulder blade, a stout head. Doesn't just wear the drive as well as what our class winner does. You come out of the backside of her shoulder, and she is ready, and there's a lot to her right there. A heavy bone gilt, wanting to search out of her shoulder just a bit, wanting to search out of her hock the longer the drive goes, but I like a lot of things about that one. The one that comes in 3, the belted gilts in 3 and 4 both have an intriguing presence, specifically when they first come in the ring. This one is more moderate everywhere than the gilts are in 1 and 2, specifically right there in the center portion of her body. But unfortunately, she's also a little shorter about her hip. That gilt's a little more upright in her shoulder, and that comes with the territory typically. The gilt's not broad enough and opened up enough there in her chest. I didn't read her skull to be quite as stout as the gilts that we've got there in first and second. She does have a big hind leg and a great shape of muscle out of her shoulder and into her top line. Really heavy bone, very, very highly presented gilt that comes there in 3. This one may be as striking as anything when they initially come out of the gate. She's got a great head carriage, a big arm, and she's presented to a T. Comparatively, I didn't see her rib cage quite as big, her foreribs not quite as big, and she too gets a little more upright in her shoulder. When you get directly behind her, she needs more spread everywhere. In her center, up high, right there in the center portion of her hip, and that gilt, compared to the others in this class, wants to close up there at the ground. I don't think her feet set just as square as she goes directly away, but another incredibly high-quality one. I got this gilt in a little later down the mix, and I just appreciate the fundamentals of this one. That is a big pinned, good hip kind of a gilt, and you get behind her, the gilt's got a big rear leg. Initially, as she comes out of the gate, wants to search just a little bit up front in the way that she hits the ground, and I don't think her arm's quite big enough to compete with some of the ones ahead of her in here, but I appreciated the substance she has up top, the width that she has to her hip, and then just the way that she utilizes her hind leg when you get directly behind her. I've just got a stout in her feature, in her head, and in her arm, but another high-quality one to round out our top 5.
Results out of Class 2 Dark Cross. First place was shown by Gentry Terrell of Prague 4-H, raised by CNC Show Pigs. Second place was shown by Ryder Waitman of Dibble FFA, raised by Carson Reed. Third place went to Steele McNeil from Bristow FFA, raised by Miller Time Genetics. Fourth place was shown by Hayden Green of Wellston FFA, raised by Pell Livestock. Fifth place was shown by Lauren Crosswade of Stillwater FFA, raised by Tipton Show Pigs. Sixth place was shown by Jessie Mae Peacock of Tecumseh 4-H. Seventh place went to Kenton Glover of Atoka County 4-H. Eighth place was shown by Austin Wood of McLeod FFA. Ninth place was shown by Mouty Elmore of Thackerville FFA. And 10th place was shown by Gerard Smith of Guthrie 4-H. We're now showing Class 3 of our Dark Cross Gilts. If you are in Class 4, you need to be in the holding pen at this time. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give them a round of applause. We have an update for our Barra show tomorrow. Breed Barra cards are going to be due at 10 p.m. tonight. We know the schedule says 1 hour after the conclusion of the Gilt drives, but due to the timeliness of getting classes broke, we're going to set the deadline for Breed Barra cards to 10 p.m. tonight. All crossbred Barra cards will still be due at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So, update, 10 p.m. tonight, all Breed Barra cards will be due. In the ring now is Class 3 Dark Cross Gilts. If you are in Class 4, you need to be lined up in the holding pen. This will also be your first call for Class 5.
Nice class here. A young man with the painted one in the center is going to win, and one that's just really bold everywhere. Stout-headed, big-chested, just lots of spread and shape up high. A big pin kind of a gilt that sets them square when she goes directly away. I'll tell you, I mean, she's on the edge in the way that she sets everything, and I'd like to lay her shoulder back in her just a little bit. I read her a little more unique ahead of her blade, a little more unique up high, and just to have a broader pin set with more substance when you get down low and study that gilt. But she's a nice one to go ahead and start with. The gilt in second, you know, Weston and I talked. That's just a very basic, fundamental kind of a gilt. You know, so flawless in her skeleton, laid back in her shoulder, really flexible out of her hock and the set to her rear foot. Comparatively, there's just a little more there in the base of her throat, and I think that's equatable to what you see up high. There's just not as much spread out of her shoulder. She gets a little more bland up high, and the biggest thing to me, when you watch her go directly away, sets just a little bit narrow at the ground. Her pin set isn't quite as wide, isn't quite just as much oomph when you get directly behind her, but that's just one that never gets you in trouble. Just a good kind of a pig there to go in second. This young lady, I don't know how showmanship went yesterday, but does an absolutely phenomenal job getting her pigs driven. This gilt has got a very unique presence about her, a stout kind of a head with great shape up high, and I like the shape and the presence that she has. Unfortunately, down low, when she comes directly at you, we've got to spread that gilt open there in her chest, and I think that transitions up to her forerib and her rib cage. She gets a little too flat and dry right there, but from behind, the gilt's got a world of quality. Just need to broaden her chest, broaden the base of her rib, and broaden her right there in the center part of her cavity. Very high quality one to go there in three. The one that comes out next is very unique in a few places, probably maybe as big up high as anything that we've got in here. I read her the most hesitant on either end of her skeleton as anything that we've got out here. Her shoulder blade set probably concerns me the most. Reads too forward right there. She gets bunchy and up in her loin. She gets a little bunchy and round in her hip. And from behind, that gilt gets the most inverted in the way that she sets her hock and rear toe to the surface. But that is a shapely, muscular one that certainly has some wild pieces. Just need to pick her apart there in a few spots. This gilt coming out next is not one that'll overwhelm you coming directly at you, nor will she up front when you talk about the shape of her head or just the sharpness of her edges. But at the same time, that one's got as much market hog value as any that we have in this class. When you get up on top of her and watch her go directly away, that's a very square-built one that's got a lot of shape, a lot of seamless muscle when she gets back into the rear part of her skeleton. I've just got to broaden her in her chest and make her a little more elevated up front and just fix her right there. But that's a nice hog to round out our top five. Another nice class of darks.
Results out of Class 3 Dark Cross. First place was shown by Briggs Lot of Hinton FFA, bred by Tipton Show Pigs. Second place was shown by Sterling Squires of Kingfisher County 4-H, bred by STP Genetics. Third place was shown by Gentry Terrell of Prague FFA, bred by CNC Show Pigs. Fourth place was shown by Mason Morris of Yukon FFA, bred by Halfin Show Pigs. Fifth place went to True Downing of Delaware County 4-H. Sixth place went to Harley Harbison of Tecumseh FFA. Seventh place was shown by Wyatt Kirkley of Porter FFA. Eighth place was shown by J.D. Garrett of Chattanooga. Ninth place was shown by Griffin Ritchie of Altus Christian Academy 4-H. And 10th place was shown by Slayton Holloway of Woodland 4-H. We're now showing Class 4 Dark Cross. If you're in Class 5, you need to be in the holding pen at this time. Class 5 dart cross, you need to be in the holding pin at this time. If you are in Class 5 dart cross, you need to be in the holding pin. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Just a reminder, breed bearer cards are going to be due tonight at 10 p.m. The schedule says otherwise, but so we can get the classes broke faster, breed bearer cards are going to be due tonight at 10 p.m. Crossbred bearer cards will still be due tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Well, a neat pair of pigs, and I think you just got to make a judgment call out here on one or the other, and I'll tell you the one that wins has just got her pieces are big, and the longer we study them, obviously some things I'd like to change about both of them. The one that wins has just she's got more. There's more up top. There's more when you get right on top of her, but the Gilt has got a bigger rear leg, but still a useful rear leg. And I think from that angle, you study the angle to her hock, the set to her rear foot, all that sets in her relatively well. I would like to lay her shoulder back. I'd like to transition her neck differently into the top side of her skeleton, certainly to do that. But that Gilt's got big pieces, and I still think when you talk about skeletal build specifically from their hip back, that Gilt still fits in. The Gilt that goes into, I'll tell you, I just was trying to convince myself that Gilt has got a stout enough head and a big enough arm. And amongst the contemporaries out here, I don't think that she does. Now, from her shoulder blade back, her silhouette, her natural rib cage, her body shape, her shape up high, and her pin set are all very, very good. At the same time, when you watch her go directly away, she wants to swivel. She wants to get a little bit on the outside of her skeleton. But to be one in that pair, with one with big pieces, I've got to intensify her head. I've got to make her arm bigger to go ahead and beat the one that wins the class. The one that comes in 3, we work on down the line here, and we've got some hogs out here that probably have some issues that need to be fixed. This one looked like a breeding piece to me in terms of her head. The spread that she's got up high. She gets a little round about her hip there and wants to duck her rear leg up underneath her. We could change those things about her, but certainly a Gilt with a big rear leg, a Gilt with some elevation, and a nice kind of a Gilt to go there in that spot. The Gilt that comes in 4, the young lady does an impeccable job of getting that one driven. Elevated up front, very good and seamless there in her top line. Level out of her hip, but almost to her demise. The way she sets her rear leg to the ground has got to be fixed. There's not enough flexibility in her hock. There's not enough cushion in the way that she sets her rear foot to the ground. If you can redesign the way that the shape of her hock and the shape of her rear foot, I think that Gilt could go a lot higher in this class, but that one's got to be better in that area for me. The Gilt that comes out next, one that's got great shape and great muscle, gets a little down there in her front feet, a little up in her loin, not as elevated up front, wants to search and get it too far up under herself. We watch her use her hip and hind leg, but still a high-quality Gilt to round out our top 5.
Results of Class 4 Dark Cross. First place was shown by Allison Cooley of Pond Creek Hunter 4-H, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place was shown by Riker Kahn of Caddo 4-H, bred by Riker Kahn. Third place was shown by Peyton Del Medico of Fort Gibson FFA, bred by Kimball Livestock. Fourth place was shown by Kinsley Devers of Merritt FFA, bred by TKO Genetics. Fifth place was shown by Kendall Cathy of Jones FFA, bred by Golden Show Pigs. Sixth place was shown by L. Alfinger of Marlowe FFA. Seventh place went to Emma Ray of Clinton FFA. Eighth place went to Gentry Flanders of Watonga FFA. Ninth place went to Rachel Townsend of Tecumseh. And 10th place was shown by Presley Favors of Hera. We're now showing Class 5 Dark Cross. If you are in Class 6, you need to be making your way to the holding pens. We'd like to thank a few more of our sponsors who helped make tonight's show possible. The COBA Breeders' Lounge sponsor is Kennedy Sales and Kennedy Ventures. The announcer screen sponsor is SC Online Sales. The photo sponsor is Primo Feeds, and our t-shirt sponsor of the week is StockLink and Hofschulte Boars. Please give those sponsors a round of applause. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give them a round of applause. In the ring now is Class 5 dart cross. If you are in Class 6, you need to be lined up in the holding pin. Class 6 dart cross needs to be lined up in the holding pin. This is also your first call for Class 7.
Interesting pair here, and Weston and I talked about these, and there's a lot of quality in both these gilts, and I think you could sit here and talk about the positives that both of them bring to the table. The young lady in the center of the ring has got one that's just so flawlessly presented in terms of her body shape, her rib cage, her muscularity up high. And my initial read on her was, is her arm big enough? Is she, when she goes away, is that column of bone just stout enough? It's not. When you compare her to the one in second, it's certainly not that big. What I appreciate about her is the angle to her shoulder, the natural spread that she's got to her chest, and I think that gilt sets down on her feet just a little more securely from behind. Now, with that said, that gilt pushes the limits of where she sets her hock, and when she goes directly away, when the gilt speeds up, obviously, as all of them do, she wants to push the limits a little bit more, but at the same time, I still feel comfortable with her shoulder, the way I read her hock, the way I read her rear foot from the side. That's a high-quality one to win this class. The gilt in second's got big pieces. Her arm is big, her rear leg is big, and she gives you that initial look coming out of the gate with a stout head, with an awesome silhouette there from the side. She's got a great big rear leg. As she continues to go, you watch her come directly at you. She wants to roll a little bit on the outside of her foot. She does a little bit of the same when you watch her go directly away. She's not exactly secure when she sets to the ground, when she goes from behind. She is a little shorter there about her hip, and consequently doesn't get her hock back as far as that gilt does that wins the class. Minute differences from a skeletal standpoint on that pair of gilts, and minute differences when you talk about bone, fill, muscle, rib cage. I think they're both incredibly high quality. Just the minor differences I see. The thing I would say about the gilt that comes out in 3 is that if we just had more hogs that were built like this, we would be in a lot less trouble, because this gilt is just fundamentally good. From the side, she's got a great body shape. She reaches awesome with her shoulder, does the same thing with her hock and her rear foot. From a balance perspective, I didn't read her as just elite from that standpoint as the two that go 1 and 2. She doesn't transition her crest into the top side of her body quite as well. She's not just as extreme at the ground. When you talk about foot size and when you watch her go directly away, you get on top of her and compare her to the gilts that are 1 and 2. There's not as much spread out of her shoulder and back into her loin, but that's another incredibly high-quality gilt to go here in 3. The gilts in 4 and 5 are actually pretty similar. Both bigger scale kind of hogs. Both gilts that from the side present a very nice picture. I thought both of them to me were just a little flatter and drier there in their body. Both gilts are a little shorter there in their hip, and both gilts need to just extend their hock and flex better on either end of their skeleton. But I think that pair there are very similar in their build. Both could just be a little looser in the way that they hinge out of their hip and hind leg. But 4 and 5 and 1, 2, and 3, all very, very high quality. Another great class.
Results of Class 5 Dart Cross. First place was shown by Brinley Newcomb of Canute FFA, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place was shown by Macy Walker of Red Oak FFA, also bred by Goss Livestock. Third place went to Neely Pritchard of Weatherford FFA, also bred by Goss Livestock. Fourth place was shown by Lily Chandler of Cement, bred by Hammock Show Pigs. Fifth place was shown by Coda Black of Cement, bred by 4C Show Pigs. Sixth place was shown by Chloe Lawrence of Bethel FFA. Seventh place went to Brecken Sieg of Central High FFA. Eighth place was shown by Autry McConnell of Wellston. Ninth place was shown by Kendall Cathy of Jones, and 10th place was shown by Emerson Panetta of Duncan FFA. We're now showing Class 6 Dart Cross. If you are in Class 7, you need to be in the holding pen at this time. At the conclusion of Class 8, we will need all 1st through 7th place pigs in classes 1 through 8 into the holding pen for the division lineup. Following Class 8, we will be doing the Division 1 lineup. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give them a round of applause. In the ring now is Class 6 Dart Cross. If you are in Class 7, you need to be in the holding pin at this time. We'd like to thank a few more of our award sponsors for today. Our Division Champion Awards are sponsored by Rural Feeds, Rival Feeds, and Rural Supplements. The Reserve Division Champion Awards were sponsored by Legacy Insurance Group. The Breeder of a Division Champion banner were sponsored by Champion's Choice. And the Breeder of a Reserve Division Champion banner was sponsored by CNC Show Pigs. Let's give those sponsors a round of applause. This is the last call for Class 7. Class 7 is lining up in the holding pens now. First call, Class 8. Just a reminder, at the conclusion of Class 8, we will be doing the Division I lineup.
This class is really good. Young lady, they'll give your pig a drink. Get second through fifth out here, and I think we've got a lot of high quality stuff out here. And we get through here, and I think the Gilt in second. Her immediate presence is awfully good. I mean, a tall-fronted one that's got an awesome look through the front third of her body. I think you get on top of her, you compare her to the one that goes first. There's not as much spread in her rib cage. There's not as much punch right there in her forerib. But I think the similarities there are when she gets out and goes. That Gilt's got a very comfortable hip and hind leg, a very good rear foot. She's not as broad underneath as the Gilt that wins the class, but that one's silhouette, pattern, comfort out of her hip and hind leg are all very, very good. That's an awfully good pair of pigs there to go first and second. The one that comes in three has got some big pieces for sure. Up high, that Gilt is awfully stout. She's a big hip Gilt that's got a lot of muscle when you get directly behind her. I thought she was a little more tentative up front when you watch her work out of her foot, and not as elevated as the gilts that go 1 and 2, and maybe not as attractive as she ties her neck there into the top side of her body. But still, we're talking very, very minute details on 3 gilts that I think are awfully good. That's a very nice one, probably the best third place gilt we've had all day. That's a very good trio. The gilt that comes in 4, I think, just worked her way up there. Weston told me, he said that one that you watch her from the side, and that she's just flawless in her movement in terms of her angulation and the way that she utilizes her hip and hind leg. Not as much stoutness right there through the base of her chest. Her arm's not quite as big, but that looks like a gilt that's got some grow to her, a gilt that's very square going directly away. That's a nice kind of a gilt to go there in 4. The gilt in 5, I like so many things about this one. She just looks stout from the side. Her head is stout. She's got a great big arm, very, very good up high, and the transition out of her shoulder blade and into her top line. Gets just a little posty there in her hock, and if I could bring her right hock inside of her body there just a little bit, I think it's a different game. I've just got to change the way she sets going directly away from behind. The best top 5 set of gilts that we've had yet today. Tremendous class. Congratulations.
Results of Class 6. First place was shown by Laney Allen of Canute FFA, bred by Goss Livestock. Second place was shown by Cooper Buck of Kiefer FFA. Third place was shown by Davis Morris of Yukon FFA, bred by Colson Show Pigs. Fourth place was shown by Kelly Bradshaw of Piedmont 4-H, bred by Cornell Shepherd Livestock. Fifth place was shown by Madison Brindley of Hartshorn FFA, bred by JD Show Pigs. Sixth place was shown by Camry Reger of Medford 4-H. Seventh place was shown by Blake Countess of Tecumseh. Eighth place was shown by Gentry Terrell of Prague FFA. Ninth place was shown by Maya Padilla of Purcell FFA. And 10th place was shown by Porter Neal of Tecumseh. We're now showing Class 7 dark cross gilts. If you are in Class 8, you need to be in the holding area lined up. Following that class, we will go right into our Division 1 lineup. So if you place 1st through 10th in classes 1 through 8, you need to stick around for the Division 1 lineup. We're lining up 20 pigs in Division 1. So if you are 1st through 10th in your class, you need to be in the holding pen after Class 8. Just a reminder, breed bearer cards are going to be due tonight at 10 p.m. The schedule says an hour after the gilt show, but that is incorrect. They will be due at 10 p.m. and commercial cards will be due at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're currently showing Class 7, so if you're in Class 8, you need to be lined up in the holding pins, ready to go. Class 8, you need to be in the holding pins at this time. If you lost a turquoise necklace, it has been found and turned in at the announcer's stand. If you lost a turquoise necklace and can describe it, it has been turned in at the announcer's stand. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give these kids a round of applause. We're still missing a few in Class 8, so if you are in Class 8, you need to be lined up in the holding pin. Just a reminder, we will need 1st through 10th in Classes 1 through 8 for the division lineup at the conclusion of Class 8.
It's another really good class that we've got up here, and the Gilt that wins is, man, she's different. She's moderate in her build. She's incredibly stout, but this Gilt hinges and uses her hind leg out here as good as anything we've got, and just continues to roll. I mean, that Gilt is moderate in every sense of the word when you talk about length, height, and all that, but yet her fundamentals from the side read so very good to me. The bend to her shoulder, the angulation that she's got there to her knee, but still everything sets correctly when you get right behind her. You know, some people say she's not the longest necked or the cleanest jawed. To me, that looks like a good market hog, and one that's got a stout head, one that'll eat feed, and one that'll continue to go. Tweak her knee just a little bit, but that's a very, very good pig that wins this class. Another very good pig follows her that we've got in here, and this young man's got one that's a little more elevated in her kind. Extremely heavy bone. Good in her design from the side. In relation to her counterpart, this Gilt is more extended up front. Her silhouette, especially from her shoulder back, reads very good out here. I read her a little smaller in her arm, a little smaller in her front foot, and just not as expansive in her chest when she comes directly at you. Man, but that's another high-quality one there to go in, too. The 1 in 3 has got some similarities of the Gilt that goes 1 in here in terms of her width that she's got down the top side of her skeleton and the width that she's got there from behind. This is another incredibly stout-headed Gilt that's got a big arm and a big rear leg. You know, compared to the two ahead of her, I saw her a little shorter coupled everywhere, especially right there through the front third of her body. I read her with more crest there on the top of her neck. Compared to the ones that are 1 and 2, she's got just a little more jump muscle right there at her loin, gets a little rounder in her hip. I just like to relax her loin in her, level her hip out. But, man, that's another very, very nice hog. I think anybody would be pumped to have. Just change those few things there about her. One on the other end of the spectrum from the Gilt that precedes her in class is the one that comes out in 4. Extremely elevated up front, extended through the front third of her body. I read her to be too dry in her forerib and there in her center, but still at the same time, this Gilt's got an awesome silhouette. You know, I know what your end goal is, and that's in March, and I think if this one can continue to fluff and do the right things in the next 30 to 45 days, that one's certainly got a big ceiling, because where she's good, she's incredibly good, just needs to continue to come with time. The Gilt that rounds out our top 5, muscular kind of a Gilt. It's got a good rib cage in her. I read her more tentative off either end of her skeleton. She, too, gets a little rounder about her hip, a little lower in her ear set up front, just not as attractive and balanced there from the side, but another nice one there to represent this class.
Results of Class 7. First place was shown by Mouty Elmore of Thackerville FFA, bred by Schubert Show Pigs. Second place was shown by Riker Johnson of Adair 4-H, bred by Hammock Show Pigs. Third place was shown by Avery Throckmorton of Marlowe FFA, bred by Phillips Show Pigs. Fourth place was shown by Mackenzie Kirkhart of Elmore City Purnell FFA, bred by Goss Livestock. Fifth place was shown by Jace Clark of Morris FFA, bred by Clark Show Pigs. Sixth place was shown by Madison Brindley of Hartshorn FFA. Seventh place went to Braxton Willis of Barnsdall FFA. Eighth place was shown by Harley Harbison of Tecumseh FFA. Ninth place went to Rylan Arnold of Medill FFA. And 10th place was shown by Adeline Seaton of Tecumseh. We're now showing Class 8. This is the last class before we do the Division 1 lineup. So if you were 1st through 10th in classes 1 through 7, you need to be in the holding pens ready for the division lineup. We will line up 20 in Division 1. would like to take a moment to thank our interns who are helping out this week. Without them, this show would not be possible. Abby Bianchi, JC Boardwine, Macy Greer, Layla Begley, Emma Chenauld, Hallie Pullen, Presley Pullen, Rachel Swinford, Kinsey Crasser, Anna Dostal, Grayson Tedrow, Brinley Hunt, Ricky Nardiello, Seth Fearon, and Paige Vieira. Please give them a round of applause. Just a reminder, this is our last class before the Division I lineup. So if you were 1st through 10th in classes 1 through 7, you need to be in the holding pen at this time. We will line up 20 in Division I. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give them a round of applause. Just a reminder, at the end of Division 2 of the Dart Cross Drive, we need all the exhibitors of the breed and reserve breed champion purebred gilts and division champions and reserve division champions of commercial gilts to line up on the south end of the breeders lounge. We will also need the breeders of those same animals to line up in the out gate on the north end of the show ring for our Gilt Grand Drive presentation. Exhibitors, if you placed 1st through 10th in classes 1 through 7, you need to be lined up in the holding pen for the division drive. We will award scholarships to 20 exhibitors in Division 1. If you are not here when the division starts, you will miss the division and your chance to be awarded a scholarship. Please line up in the holding pens at this time.
Young lady in the center has got our class winner in a really nice place to start out here. Yeah, a stout-headed one that's really broad underneath, but yet everything transitions very nicely from the side. That one's got a good bend to her shoulder, a good bend from behind, a very solid place in here to start. The young man's got a nice gilt as well, and you can make the case a little more elevated up front than our class winner. A little cleaner there about her throat, but at the same time, I didn't see as much substance down low, specifically from behind. And the gilt wants to she's a little shorter about her hip, and longer she goes, wants to swivel there out of her hock. But I still think a good kind of a gilt with a good presence to go ahead be there in 2. A lot of things I like about the gilt that comes in 3. Her elevation is really good. The gilt silhouette and the way that everything ties together in the top side of her skeleton is very good. I thought she got the most timid out of her shoulder. She was the smallest in her arm and the frailest in her head. I think you can see the similarities when you watch her go from behind, just not as flexible in the way she hinges out of her hip and her rear foot, but one that's presented very well. One that's got a great look to her from the side. Young man's gilt that comes out next, one of the more muscular gilts that we've got in the top end of this drive. Really stout-headed, big-topped and big-ended. I thought as she got out here, wanted to close up in her chest a little bit, but probably more than anything from the side, that gilt wants to run downhill just a little bit, gets off behind her shoulder and a little steeper there about her hip, but I thought a very high-quality one to go there in 4. Young lady brings her gilt out that's in 5, and once again, and I've said it a lot of times today, and I think the kids should be commended when they do it. Very, very immaculate skin and hair. She's done a great job of getting this gilt presented. I read her too to be a little more timid in the way that she uses her front end. Comes right at you. That gilt's not quite broad enough when she comes directly at you. A little shorter about her hip, gets on the outside of herself when she goes directly away, but another very high quality one to round out our top 5.
Results of Class 8. First place was shown by Daisy Prince of Shakota FFA, bred by Half and Show Pigs. Second place was shown by Parker Jarvis of Chickasha, bred by TKO Genetics. Third place went to Talon Wright of Hinton FFA, bred by Day Family Show Pigs. Fourth place went to Carter Perry of Pond Creek Hunter 4-H, bred by Goss Livestock. Fifth place was shown by Brightly Collins of Vanos 4-H, bred by HC Livestock. Sixth place was shown by Cambry Dosh of Colbert 4-H. Seventh place went to Kinsley Whittington of Tecumseh FFA. Eighth place went to Tatum Lang of Cushing. Ninth place was shown by Brody Powell of Garber FFA. And 10th place was shown by Zoe Lukasik from Kingfisher County 4-H. We're now ready for the Division 1 lineup. We'll be lining up 20 pigs out of this division. So if you were 1st through 10th, you need to be in the holding pen ready to show at this time. Your Class 1 winner was shown by Sterling Squires. Your Class 2 winner is Gentry Terrell from Prague. Your Class 3 winner was Briggs Lott from Hinton. Coming out of Class 4 is Allison Cooley from Pond Creek Hunter. Your Class 5 winner was exhibited by Brinley Newcomb. Your Class 6 winner is Lainey Allen from Canute. Your Class 7 winner is Mouty Elmore from Thackerville. And coming out of Class 8, your class winner was Daisy Prince. Let's give these exhibitors one more big round of applause.
Well, I'll tell you, a good set of gilts out here, and you guys should be commended. And we never get to make it up to OIE for obvious reasons. We're busy in Texas at the very same time, and the hottest gilt sale in the country, without question, is the one that happens in Oklahoma City, and that's with validity, because you can sit in here and Weston's asked me if we can buy this one or if we can buy this one, and I said probably not. I'm just going to tell you that's probably. You can sit there in March and try, but I'm guessing probably not. It's an awesome set of gilts, and you breeders should be so pumped to have out here what you have out here. And, and I can say this, and we all know this, if you've done this for a long time, you know that, these look the way they look, and that's special, and that's awesome. They probably got a three-legged sister at home that's going to out-generate them every day of the week. That's just how this works. But at the same time, the quality out here is absolutely tremendous. I can't wait to judge the heavies here in a minute. But you guys should be very proud of what you've built. You exhibitors should be incredibly proud of the way that you got these exhibited out here today. I love this set of gilts, but there's one that hit me so hard and comes back out here and just, she's my speed. I don't know whose speed she wouldn't be. This young lady's got your champion.
Your champion Division I Dark Cross is Laney Allen from Canute FFA, bred by Goss Livestock. Will bring in second place out of Class 6, Cooper Buck.
We get in here to reserve, and we talked all these hogs in class, and we can pick a hole in every one of them, but, there's a couple out here that could do this and a couple that could do this, but, one of them hit me really good early on, and I think just her squareness, her substance, and I think her advantage over a couple of the others out here that are in consideration is you get right behind her, and I think there's just more substance there at the ground. Her design from the side is absolutely flawless in terms of her range of motion out of her shoulder, her flexibility from behind. That's a clean jointed, good bone one that just looks like she's going to continue to be on her way up. Young lady with the calico will be reserved.
And your reserve champion Division I Dark Cross comes out of Class 2. That's Gentry Terrell from Prague FFA, bred by CNC Show Pigs. We'll bring in second place out of Class 2, Ryder Waitman. Your third overall comes out of Class 7. That's Mouty Elmore from Thackerville, bred by Schubert Show Pigs. Your 4th overall also comes out of Class 7. That's Riker Johnson from 8 Air 4-H, bred by Hammock Show Pigs. Your 5th overall comes out of Class 8. That's Daisy Prince from Shakota FFA, bred by Halfin Show Pigs. Your 6th overall comes out of Class 5, Brenly Newcomb. We need 2nd place in Class 5, Macy Walker. Your 7th overall comes out of Class 5. That's Macy Walker. Your 8th overall comes out of Class 3. That's Briggs Lott. Your 9th overall comes out of Class 5. That's Neely Pritchard. Your 10th overall comes out of Class 6. That's Cooper Buck. th overall comes out of Class 4, Allison Cooley. Your 12th overall comes out of Class 1, Sterling Squires. Thirteenth overall comes out of Class 6. That's Davis Morris. Fourteenth overall comes out of Class 7, Avery Throckmorton.
Okay.
15 overall comes out of Class 1, Daisy Prince. Your 16th overall comes out of Class 4, Riker Kahn. 17th overall comes out of Class 8, Parker Jarvis. '18th overall comes out of Class 1, Haley McGuire. '19th overall comes out of Class 3, Sterling Squires. And your 20th selection comes out of Class 7, Mackenzie Kirkhart. Let's give those Division I winners one more round of applause. This is your last call for Class 9 to line up in the holding pen. Last call, Class 9. If you're in Class 10, Dark Cross, you need to be thinking about making your way to the holding pen at this time. We are about to get started with Class 9 dart cross, so if you are in Class 9, you need to be in the holding pen at this time. Class 10, you need to be making your way up here. Coming in the ring now is Class 9 dart cross. If you are in Class 10, you need to be in the holding pen, ready to show. Just a reminder, breed bearer cards are due tonight at 10 p.m. All commercial bearer cards will be due tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Also, at the conclusion of this drive, make sure our breed and reserve breed champion purebreds are lining up at the south side of the Breeders' Lounge, along with our division and reserve division champion commercial exhibitors. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give those kids a round of applause. This is your second call for Class 10 Dart Cross. If you are in Class 11, you need to be making your way to the holding pens. We'd like to take a moment to thank a few of our sponsors who helped make today's show possible. Our class winner banners were sponsored by C3 Designs, and our holding pin sponsors were CNC Show Pigs, Winter Livestock, Miller Time Genetics, Barn Burner Genetics, Cattleman's Bank, MC3 Ward Show Pigs, Hammock Show Pigs, Day Family Show Pigs, Heron Genetics, and McGuire Livestock. Let's give those sponsors a big round of applause.
Really nice class here with an exceptional class winner. The young lady's got coming directly at me now. Just proportions are right. Everything down low in terms of spread and comfort is right on both ends of her body. Immaculately presented out here. And this gilt's got worlds of spread out of her shoulder and back into her hip. Yet her hip is long. Her range of motion out of her hip and rear foot is very good. That's a very, very good animal to win this class. The Gilt in 2 is one that's just got some very neat pieces, in my opinion. I love her head. I love her arm. And that gilt opens up very well right there through her chest. I didn't see her body reading quite as good and quite as fresh as what our class winner did. I read that gilt to be a little shorter out of her hip, and consequently that she just doesn't have as much flexibility and range of motion there out of her hock as what our class winner does. But another very, very high quality gilt to go there in 2. The gilt that goes 3 is another one that's very, very nice out here. Stout-headed, good-chested, and has a lot of shape up high as well. Her proportions also read very good. Where I got onto her is just her front end assembly. This gilt gets a little smaller there in her front foot. And I think because she is wanting to roll there on a foot, starting to give to them there just a little bit. I thought she was more tentative as the drive wore on, but that's a high-quality one to go there in 3. Young man's got a nice gilt in 4, and if you can get past that one, just need to be a little heavier duty down low, I think she can continue to surface. Her silhouette, her pattern from the side are all very good. I think you get directly behind her and compare her to the top 3 ahead of her. There's not as much foot and bone there as what we've got in those top 3, but that's a really good gilt to go into that slot as well. Muscular gilt that rounds out our top 5 here. A really big up high, really big from behind. Gets a little piecey in her design from the side. A little weak behind her shoulder, gets a little tentative in her step the longer that she goes. But again, very highly presented, very, very nice gilt to round out that top 5. Great class of dark crossbreds here in our heavy division.
Results of Class 9. First place was shown by Gabby Marsh of Turner FFA, bred by Philip Show Pigs. Second place was shown by J.C. Cantrell of Ripley FFA, bred by Cantrell Show Pigs. Third place went to Wade Ritchie of Altus Christian Academy 4-H, bred by Ritchie Livestock. Fourth place was shown by Brady Bagwell of Bing 4-H, bred by J.D. Show Pigs. Fifth place was shown by Brody Fox of Purcell FFA, bred by Squires Genetics. Sixth place went to Brooklyn Mayfield of Elk City FFA. Seventh place went to Wyatt Porterfield of Medill FFA. Eighth place went to Ava Peel of Fox. Ninth place was shown by Macy Morley of Arapahoe Butler. And 10th place was shown by J.C. Harrell of Thackerville FFA. We're now showing Class 10. If you're in Class 11, you need to be lined up in the holding pen at this time. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give these kids a round of applause. This is your last call for Class 11, Dark Cross. Class 12, you need to be getting it on your mind. Purebred Gilt breed champions, you need to come pick up your awards behind the announcer stand. All breed champions need to come get their awards behind the announcer stand.
Nice class here. The Belted Gilt's going to lead, and just the stoutest one that still, I think, maintains relative comfort out here. A stout-headed one that's opened up in her chest, very square going away, the way everything surfaces and hits the ground. We can make her a little more elevated up front, make her arm just a fraction bigger, but that's a stout one that's got a big rib cage and a big body and still a good set to her hind leg, a nice place to start. The pair of black gilts in here go 2 and 3, and the one that I preferred is the one that had a better set to her shoulder, had a bigger rib cage in her, and just maintained her comfort out of her hock and rear foot just a little more appropriately. I don't think, compared to the gilt that wins the class, her arm and her front foot are quite as big, but still a gilt that's very well presented, has great shape up high, and comes back into a big hip and a good hind leg. The gilt that comes out in 3, she gives you a good initial read when she comes out because she's got a presence about her. But honestly, the longer she goes, the more concerning it becomes with the shape of her shoulder, with the set to her knee. That gilt of our top 3 is the flattest in her forerib and the flattest there at her center. I think she starts to take the drive a little harsher when you look at her hip and rear leg design. Gets the straightest there of our top 3, but still another high quality one to go there in that spot. I think a very interesting one comes out in 4, and obviously her criticism out here is, does she have enough look up front? Does everything just bend well enough on either end? Probably not. Definitely, I don't know if her look is quite good enough. I don't know if everything flexes just well enough off either end of her skeleton. But, man, you talk about a round-bodied, big-topped one that's got a big pin set from behind. That one's got some quality and certainly has some value. Just a few minor things there that I'd change about her. The more elevated gilt of that pair comes out next, and got a neat presence and a stout head about her. Getting behind her, I thought, was her biggest criticism out here. She doesn't hit the ground just as square. Her feet aren't quite as big, but at the same time, I think we can appreciate some things about her. Make her just a notch more attractive there at her crest and the base of her throat. Level her hip up and just square her up as she goes directly away. But a nice class all the way through. Congratulations to them.
Results of Class 10 Dark Cross. First place was shown by Jesse Pierce of Soper FFA, bred by Nickel Genetics. Second place was shown by Sadie Mallow of Walters 4-H, bred by MC3 Ward Show Pigs. Third place was shown by Colton Tatum of Adair FFA, bred by Leathers Show Pigs. Fourth place went to Eli Jacobs of Guyman FFA, bred by Goss Livestock. Fifth place was shown by Parker Jarvis of Chickasha FFA, bred by TKO Genetics. Sixth place was shown by Hendrix Butler of Guthrie FFA. Seventh place was shown by Steele McNeil of Bristow FFA. Eighth place went to Marley Johnson of Coleman FFA. Ninth place was shown by Braxton Willis of Barnsdall, and 10th place was shown by Lila Clark of Mountain View Gotebo. We're now showing Class 11 Dark Cross, so if you are in Class 12, you need to be in the holding pen at this time. Just a reminder, our breed Barra cards will be due at 10 o'clock tonight. That is an hour and 15 minutes. Make sure you get those cards turned in by 10 p.m. Cross cards will be due tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. just a reminder for our Barra exhibitors, if you want to change the weight on your Barra entries, you can change your weight up until the time that cards are due by clicking the link in your confirmation text message. Again, you can still change your weights up until cards are due by clicking the link in your confirmation text message. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give them a round of applause as they head back to the barns. We'd like to extend a huge thank you to our longtime sponsor and COBA breeder, Swinford Livestock and Trailers. Each year, they donate a popper that will go to the OBSE Premier Exhibitor, which is presented at the COBA Breeders' Banquet in March. Please give them a round of applause for their continued support.
very good class and a class winner that was never any hesitation here. The Berkshire color, whatever you want to call her out here, is just man, she's got a unique presence about her. Heavy bone, loose skeleton. That's a good pick. 2 and 3, obviously, and I don't even know if that pair was up for discussion. I like the belted gilt that comes in second here. Not as exotic as our class winner in terms of head and neck attachment, but that is a heavy bone gilt with awesome spread out of the backside of her shoulder. But still, I love her fundamental value and her reach out of her shoulder. She's got a great big hind leg and sets it square as she goes directly away. That's a good kind of a pig there to go into. Change the crest of her neck there just a little bit, but still an awfully good gilt to go in second. The gilt in 3, I appreciate so many things about. That's a stout-headed one that's got a big rib cage and a big body, great shape and great, very, very well presented out here. It wants to close up just a little down low, especially compared to our ones that were 1 and 2 out here. And obviously, there's more in the base of her throat. There's more on the crest of her neck. Everything doesn't transition out of her top line just as correctly as what it needs to. But that's a good gilt here to fall in 3. I told Weston that this is one that would be a neat sow to have, and I don't know if everything hinges just perfectly out of her hip and hind leg. She gets a little short there and wants to search with her hind leg, but you talk about a dense, big-armed, big rib cage one that's awesome from the side in terms of just how rugged and how stout she is. She needs to be a little more within herself when you watch her go directly away. Use that one as a breeding piece, and that one will be a lot of fun to build around. The one that comes out next is one that I can appreciate a lot of things about. Stout-headed, big rib, big top, a big-ended one that sets down square and secure when she hits them from behind. This gilt doesn't balance up quite as well as those ones ahead of her in terms of her neck attachment up high. And for as much bone as she has behind, I'd still like to intensify her arm and make her just a shot bolder right there. But a very, very nice gilt to round out our top 5. Great class of crosses.
Real quick, if you've got a truck or trailer that's blocking the east side of the barn and the pavement, get it moved and out of the way. There's people trying to get through and load up gilts tonight and get home that aren't showing bearers, and the entire east side's blocked off. Get that cleared up and get them moved out of the way. You've got 20 minutes or so, and we're going to start towing them and moving them for you. Thank you.
Results of Class 11 Dark Cross. First place was shown by Ava Gilcrease of Turner FFA, bred by Day Family Show Pigs. Second place went to Hallie Johnson of Big Pasture FFA, bred by Money Shot Genetics. Third place was shown by Bella Price of Washington FFA, bred by Perry Family Show Pigs. Fourth place went to Macy Peacock of Tecumseh FFA, bred by Pell Livestock. Fifth place was shown by Kinsley Brown of Pawnee FFA, bred by Cantrell Show Pigs. Sixth place went to Haley Townsend of Tecumseh FFA. Seventh place went to Taos Rowan of Sterling FFA. Eighth place was shown by Jaden Allen of Red Oak. Ninth place was shown by Camber Stanglin of Colbert. And 10th place was shown by Evan Wiersema of Elk City FFA. We're now showing Class 12. If you are in Class 13, you need to be in the holding pens lined up. The exhibitors in the ring are excused. Let's give them a big round of applause.